Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the General Law Committee's final JF day. Our deadline is 5 p.m. today, so what we're going to do is we're going to move fast and recess immediately. Um, we'll recess until 10:30 a.m. See you all soon. Good morning, everyone. We're right up against the limits of allowable time allowance here. I just want to reconvene our General Law Committee meeting. We have a tight deadline today at 5 p.m. We're going to leave votes open on all items until 3:30 p.m. If we don't get to a bill before 3:30, we will then take up each bill individually and then vote and close the vote after each bill. So all votes are going to remain open on the bills we take up before 3:30 until 3:30 p.m. We'll pause temporarily to allow the collection of all votes on outstanding matters, and then come back to order and take up bills individually. Spring training is over. Opening day for the Red Sox is on Thursday. I wore my nice baseball tie, but it's also a signal to us that this is the end of our first process. The real work begins as soon as we leave here today. And I know a lot of people in this room are interested in continuing to improve a number of the bills that are on our agenda today or that we've passed out in our prior two JFS meetings. And so I'm looking forward to all of those continued conversations. We'll have a couple closing remarks at the end, but I'll say at the outset of today's meeting, it has been great getting to work with you, getting to know you better. Same with Senator Chigarella and Senator Maroney. We've known each other for a long time. We've worked together on a number of issues in the past, but it's been a lot of fun. And with that, I'll turn it over for any opening comments for you guys.
I'd just like to echo those sentiments that it's been great getting to work with you in this capacity and get to know you better. It's been great working with our the new clerk this session. Betsy has been fantastic, and we'll do all of our thank yous at the end of the meeting. So thank you, and looking forward to getting to the work.
Representative Tigliano, nothing for now, or
Well,
save it for the end?
good morning. I'll save it for the end. Thank you.
Sounds good.
And opening day should be a national holiday. We might want to consider that at least a Connecticut holiday, state holiday. Baseball.
Baseball.
But of course, it should only apply like Patriots Day, which we did make a holiday for Red Sox fans.
There you go. I second that. All right, moving on to item number 3 on today's agenda, bills for final action. First up is HB 6854, LCO 6357. Do I have a motion?
I moved to JFS, that HB 6854, LCO 6357 to the floor.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Ritigliano. We have a new assistant clerk, so I gotta remember to have say everyone's names. So we have this one is Department of Consumer Protection's large bill making recommendations regarding alcoholic liquor and infused beverage regulations. The JFS before you was on the agenda for for Friday, has not changed since then. JFS eliminates provisions regarding infused beverage containers, makes changes to the caterer liquor permit, mobile bars, and certain Liquor Control Act penalty increases. Beyond that, we're not radically reforming any of the issues internal to DCP. It's some around the edges work. Are there any questions?
I do, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind. You said the word mobile bars. My understanding was in the JFS language that that provision was removed.
Yes, that was eliminating the provision regarding mobile bars.
And this bill now allows retirement communities to sell liquor or provide liquor for their residents. Am I
Yes.
reading that correctly?
Yes, expands a restaurant caterer permit to allow qualified managed residential community centers to serve alcohol during their daily scheduled meals. So long as those meals are hot and also comply with other underlying health codes.
Okay.
God, I've learned a lot this year.
Yes. It happens. I'm good because this isn't the one with the ship, right? The one. That's the next one. The next DCP bill.
The boats.
The boats.
Yeah.
Is that's not this one?
That's not this one.
Okay, I'm good. Good. You okay with it? All right.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So like in my district, there's the landing, so they've hot meal, people live there, so they could actually serve alcohol at 4 or 5 o'clock. That's what this does. They're permitted to.
Yes, they would be permitted to serve it during their daily meals.
Okay, fine with me. Thank you.
There's section 1, we have that.
I had one, wait, establishes an annual daily transport or liquor. My understanding was, in this bill, this is my one question really that I had, was that you're allowing a boat company, let's just take a ferry company, may run out of Bridgeport, could run out of New London. They only need one liquor permit for every boat they have. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes, that is my interpretation of the well. It establishes an in-state transporter's permit that allows that boat company to serve alcoholic liquor on all of their boats for that day.
Right. So if this may or not have been the one area where I had some concern, and I just don't know if it's misguided. The way I first read it, what it was presented to me is that the ferry company or the boat company gets one permit because they're only using one boat at a time. So they just transfer that permit from boat to boat to boat to boat. But if you have one ferry going out and one coming in, they're both out there. They're essentially, it's sort of like you're operating two. Are we not considering it separate businesses or separate liquor permits when one, if say you got an outbound boat and an inbound boat and they're both selling liquor? Whose computer?
I believe the current legislation before us would consider that they would all come under the same license. There would not be separate permits necessary. There'd just be one permit necessary under that license.
Okay. All right. With that, I don't have any more questions. Anybody else? Want me to offer it?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to offer or propose the creation of a consent calendar.
Is there a second on establishing a consent calendar? Motion made by Representative Ritigliano, seconded by Senator Ciccarella. Any objection to establishing a consent calendar? Seeing no objection, a consent calendar is established. Representative Ritigliano?
With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move that this bill be placed on the consent calendar.
The motion is to place HB 6854 LCO number 6357 on the consent calendar. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Maroney. Any objection to placing this item on consent? Seeing none, item number 1 is placed on consent. Moving on to item number 2, HB 6855. Motion is to JFS to the floor, LCO number 6756. Do I hear a motion? Motion made by Senator Austin. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Maroney. Is there discussion on the bill?
Go ahead, Senator. Oh, sorry.
Sure, Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Lamar. I'm just wondering, like, is the fundamentals of one of this bill, one of the things like we're going to just let hemp farmers go into cannabis, and what exactly does this bill, what's the goal of this bill?
This bill, I think you're going to have concerns later on in today's agenda with respect to some of these issues. And this one, we're making some minor modifications to the current statutes to clarify, the hemp-specific regulations here allows individuals who are not a moderate THC hemp product vendor to sell hemp flower under certain conditions. It's a very tightly regulated, not broad expansions, nothing like moving, it's just clarifying some language there. It also allows the moderate THC hemp producers to use hemp flower sales for purposes of the required minimum sales threshold. Like you gotta hit a minimum sales threshold to continue to qualify for the license that you've got. This allows you to use the hemp sales. Again, nothing controversial there, just clarifying what does and doesn't count towards that cap. And it applies the existing law's prohibition on manufacturer hemp products claiming health benefits and advertising of hemp. So you get like the same laws that say you can't claim these health benefits applies for this as well. That's with that. There's also sections in this bill regarding non-resident compounding sterile pharmacies. There's some requirements that DCP designate kratom as a controlled substance. It requires DCP to issue policies and procedures to implement these changes even before the regs are put into full place. Like we're going to make that a scheduled drug, and then we're going to put the regs into how to accomplish that. Medical marijuana certificates, you have to have we're allowing a written certification to have additional duration of 6 months, 18 months, or 2 years based upon the qualifying condition. I think that pretty much covers most of it. There's a series of conforming changes.
I just want to say I very much appreciate just a little explanation
Sure.
when the bills come out. Trying to stay on top of all of these
Fair.
quickly changing bills, but especially when it comes to the hemp regulations, because in some ways, you know, I know in past years on this committee, we were reining it in a little bit because it seemed a little bit A, unregulated, and B, consumer protection said there really wasn't the methodology or the means to measure some of the levels, and whether it was hemp or cannabis, they were getting mixed up and being sold in like corner gas stations and stuff. And now we also, now this year, I'm seeing that we don't really want to over-regulate the poor hemp growers because they seem like sort of the lost little child in the system here, and cannabis is steamrolling ahead. And so I'm just trying to figure it all out. That's all.
I think that's fair, Senator Kissel. And I think if there's an overarching theory of government on this issue, which I think is good, like the basis of your question, I think that's partly right. It's like is hemp being a little too tightly controlled, while meanwhile we have an illegal marketplace for cannabis that's existing in bodegas and corner stores and smoke shops across the state. So I think we're taking a pretty moderated approach to both. Maybe going a little harder after the illegal sales that are happening. You'll see those issues come up in later bills. But I think my theory of government is aligning with how you think of this as well.
The stars and the moon and the sun are aligning. I love it. Thank
There
you,
you
Mr.
go.
Chair.
Is there any other discussion on this issue? If there isn't, I'm going to offer up an amendment for today. In the LCO edits, in the previous bill, we removed a section that DCP asked for with respect to THC-infused beverages having to have a very specific cap on them. We received testimony that the cap itself that they were requiring was a little complex, really expensive, changed the overall marketing standards, production standards for the entire can, and had a cost differential that was really prohibitive to getting it done. We removed that section in the first bill. It, in new edits from DCP and LCO, found its way into this bill. So with that, I'd like to offer a quick amendment that would strike in section 20, line 793 of LCO 6756, would strike that line. Is there a second for that? That,
Mr. Chairman.
yes.
Just, will the committee stand at ease for 1 minute?
Sure.
It's gonna be in there. You want to strike the brackets.
Come back to order. In section 20, line 793 and LCO 656, I move that we strike the brackets and the new language. Is there a second on that?
Second.
Item been made and seconded. Is there discussion on this? Senator Maroney.
Mr. Chair, I believe you also want to authorize LCO to make technical and conforming change.
Thank you. By passing this, we are also authorizing LCO to make any technical conforming changes necessary to implement the agenda. Again, this is in LCO number 6756, section 20, line 793. Representative Tigliano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, we are supportive of the amendment. THC seltzers, with the reforms that we've done over the past couple of years, are age gated and only sold in places and to people who are over 21. We feel through testimony and through private conversation that the child-proof cap on top of the existing cap was a bit of an overreach and overkill. So in the effort to be reasonable, we would certainly support your amendment.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion on this amendment? Representative Yakarino.
Just for clarification, so it's 792, so beginning January 1st, 2025, no person shall sell at retail these products.
Yes.
I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Any other conversation on this amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the amendment passes. Representative Vertigliano.
Mr. Chairman, if that's the end of the discussion on this particular bill, I'd like to offer it for the consent calendar.
Is there a second to offering HB 6855 LCO 6756 as amended to the consent calendar. Seconded by Representative Yakarino. Discussion or objection? No objection. This item is moved to the consent calendar. All right, moving on to item number 3 today, HB 7178. Motion would be for a JFS to the floor of LCO 6831.
So moved.
Moved by Senator Maroney. Is there a second? Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Turco. For everyone's edifice, not just Senator Kitzel, I'll do a little brief explanation of this of 7181. 7178 LCO 6831.
Oh, no, it's. LCO
7178 LCO 6831.
No, 6765?
What?
Did we do something?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. Okay, so this one goes down here?
Okay. We've confirmed that I've got this one right? Okay.
471.
7178. That shows.
This is a comprehensive bill. It is the committee's approach to some emerging issues in the cannabis, hemp, and tobacco regulation. There were a number of provisions that were in a previous LCO that we have removed based upon guidance and suggestion from members of this committee. So if you saw a previous LCO number, we have changed from them certain provisional cultivators locating their facilities within a 5-mile radius of a disproportionately impacted area. I still think that idea has merit. It would make it easier for someone who's trying to locate their location, being precluded from opening up in, say, the city of New Haven and needing to look at a location just outside the boundaries. I think there's some specific challenges associated with having a tightly defined location, but there was lack of consensus or agreement on that issue, so it's removed from today's LCO. There were a series of corresponding sections in Section 14 that we removed. There were other various hemp incentives and tax credits that we didn't think were appropriate for this bill and are definitely appropriate for consideration as we move forward, but not in this bill. So what you have remaining is one, the controversial aspects of this may be infused beverages for out-of-state sales. It allows a infused beverage manufacturer to manufacture beverages with THC content greater than 3 milligrams per container. A number of surrounding states allow for the sale of 5 milligram and even 10 milligram infused beverages. Connecticut does not. We are not changing that. We are not changing what's allowed for sale in the state of Connecticut. What we are saying is if your business wants to manufacture those items for sale in states where it is allowed, you're allowed to do that. There's a provision here regarding equity joint venture increase in ownership. Right now, we prohibit ownership in equity joint ventures by more than 50% during a 7-year period. Now we change that. It's a 3-year period. We saw a lot of testimony to that effect. We'd want to make sure that the social equity partner is not being taken advantage of. There aren't market conditions that they're unaware of. So we want to have that agreement moving from 7 to 3 signed off by the Social Equity Council. So they'd have to approve that increase. We changed some of the we specify the prohibition for cannabis product types that appeal to children, include facsimiles of food, beverages, and other items that appeal to children. We want to make sure that this stuff is not being marketed in like the old Joe Camel ways with advertisements and advertising that somehow appeals to a market of our Connecticut consumers that we know that this is not appropriate for. So we place additional regulations there. We also allow outdoor cultivation, includes cultivations one or more locations away from the indoor cultivation facility. They have to exist under the same threshold that we're allowed to grow. We do allow, like when we're making sure that the marketing and advertising does not appeal to children, we would allow cannabis establishments to use more colors on their packaging and labeling. Right now, the packaging has to be entirely one color and uniform throughout. And it requires like edibles be only black and white. And we didn't think that those were like particularly useful regulations to have in place, particularly from an inventory management standpoint, from a brand recognition standpoint. If you're buying something in one state, you want to buy it in Connecticut, it's impossible to determine the consistency across multiple states. We thought this was a reasonable consideration. The earlier draft of this actually allowed for an increase in maximum allowable THC levels. We've decided to not move forward with increasing allowable THC levels at this time. We actually, in something I think we might want to consider, we had a provision here that set a maximum allowed THC for vapes. I think we might want to consider that, but it's not a part of this bill at this time. We extended the effective date of cannabis policies and procedures from 48 months to 60 months if regulations have not been adopted. We created a scenario. We allow cannabis establishments to complete internal investigations of suspected cannabis theft or loss of up to $500 rather than having DCP do it with like a loss control, loss prevention process that we allow the cannabis institutions to engage in on their own, where they feel like they can more quickly identify potential theft and rectify it internally before turning it over to DCP. We engage in a micro cultivator and social equity cultivator licensees. This was language that was negotiated in prior years between my predecessor to allow for the establishment of a more robust micro cultivator marketplace. Essentially, the brew pub example has often been utilized, where you can establish a small place where you can sell your own stuff that you're growing on site. I know it's not a popular, I know people don't love this idea, but it was actually a negotiated component of the original language that we passed. We think that this will rectify some challenges in the current interpretation of the law and allow for that idea of a micro cultivator brew pub licensee. We make some changes to hours of sales for cannabis and certain tobacco products. If we have some infused beverage labeling requirements in here, requires an infused beverage container to prominently display a symbol in accordance with ASTM standards. That way they can get the really, the mark of infused beverage symbols onto this can rather than a small little demarcation that had no industry standard. We make some changes that you heard quite a bit of testimony on with respect to cigarette dealers and registrations. We require the DRS to respond to any comments received on a tobacco dealer's license renewal and to hold a hearing on the suitability of a proposed location rather than allowing the department to do so. We mandate that they do so. Require rather than allows police chiefs to respond to notice that tobacco dealer licensees must send before a license is granted, and DRS to provide a written response to those comments. Again, we've recognized that there is significant and serious amount of illegal and problematic behavior taking place at smoke shops and cigarette dealers in a lot of our communities. This doesn't mandate a ridiculous process for everyone, but if we identify locally a problem location, this enhances our ability to address those problems and have state support to remove them from the communities. And then finally, there's a section in here regarding laboratory testing task force. This would establish a task force to study and make recommendations on the cannabis and cannabis product laboratory testing standards. You heard a great deal about that last week, about the idea of moving from intermediate bulk testing to final form testing. I think there's compelling arguments on both sides, frankly, and I don't think it's the role of the legislature necessarily to delve into the science on this one, but that's a significant and meaningful change to move from one standard that's been used in the state for a number of years to another one, and it's causing some business agita and shift. It's been requested that we take a stronger look at this, and so I think this task force might be a way for us to get to this issue and resolve it in accordance with the recommended science from multiple partners. And with that, are there any questions on the bill before us? I mean, to be fair, I think it just exhausted all of my knowledge. So if you have questions, I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, just a couple of quick questions. And I appreciate the work on the bill. This is one of the few bills that's going to come up in the committee today that we probably don't all agree on, but I do respect and appreciate the fact that your commitment to keep working on stuff and to get to a place where maybe that we all could support it. But some of the concerns of this amended language or this new LCO was the outdoor grow provisions. So if somebody has a cultivator's license, now they could sort of, the way I read it, and please tell me if I'm right, the way I read it, this person can now choose to grow anywhere in the state of Connecticut with as long as they have a cultivator's license in the DIA district. Now they could go somewhere else. Is that true?
Yes, they are allowed to engage in outside grow under their current overall grow license envelope, right? They can't expand beyond what what their envelope allow them. If they're allowed 25,000 square feet, they're still allowed 25,000 square feet. But if they can't accommodate 25,000 feet under the one location that they control, they can move to a second location pending local approval. They can't just grow anywhere they want. They still have to get the necessary approvals to do so. But they're going to exist under the same envelope that they exist under, but they're allowed to use multiple locations, including an outdoor grow.
So that location, say the micro cultivators in New Haven, they could sort of hire or use an outdoor facility as far away as New Milford, and that would be okay under this provision of the language.
Yes, that would be okay.
The way I read it too, they could also hire or sort of contract with an existing hemp farmer, that who's producing hemp currently, to now grow cannabis. Did I read that correctly, Mr. Chairman?
You're reading that correctly.
So if somebody already has a license to grow hemp in a municipality, would they have to go through local zoning to switch that to cannabis? Or would they just be able to hire that farmer to grow their cannabis for them?
That is a good question that will require further investigation upon my end, because I don't know about the differing standards, if it require a different zoning approval or not. My suspicion is that it would not require a new approval.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. And also, there's a provision in here, would that hemp farmer, once they start growing cannabis, have to now surrender their ability to grow hemp?
Thank you. That is an issue that has been brought up in the last few minutes that I had not previously considered, and it may create a little bit of ambiguity in the law with respect to that. So I'll need to explore that one as well.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. And there was another paragraph in there that was quite concerning, where even though the hemp farmer who has now been contracted to grow cannabis is growing cannabis, that the plant that they produce will be considered hemp up until the point where I'm not sure under which magic that becomes cannabis, but they still classify it as hemp even though they're growing cannabis. Is that still in there, Mr. Chairman?
That provision remains, the provision I believe that you're concerned with remains in this current LCO. And that is something that will demand greater thought as we move forward.
I appreciate that. And then the colors on the packaging that you talked about, as somebody who does inventory weekly, I was sympathetic to the fact that they had to go in there and figure out how to count everything that was the exact same color. My question would be, for inventory purposes, is this just sort of like one will be blue and one will be pink and one will be red, or will they be able to use a colorful logo on the packaging now?
They'll be able to use a colorful logo on the package. They will not be able to use a logo that in a prior section appeals to children, uses facsimile of food or drink products or anything like that.
Is there an approval process for that logo? Because I know now the statute says that they can only have this particular logo, but I know it's saying they can have a new logo, but I didn't see where they had to have that logo approved to make sure that it wasn't appealing to children.
It would have to apply with the regulatory structure that we're putting into place there, and I think that is something we can look at tightening up as well.
So would this package also include new naming rights? Like, they could call it sort of whatever they want?
They're still bound by the regulations we put in place with respect to advertising, marketing, and utilizing the names of commonly available foods. It would have to still use, I believe, the medical underlying terms.
So, Mr. Chairman, this was just a few concerns that we had that I thought was important to highlight here today. And it was just really to highlight the fact that there are some concerns with the bill, but I really have been impressed with your commitment to continue working. So I'm not going to ask more questions, although we probably could for quite some time on this particular legislation. The previous version, even more. But with that, I respect your commitment to keep working. I commit to you that I will also work on it, and we'll try to get to a place where everybody could vote for it. So I'm going to stop my questions there. I don't know if other members of our caucus has questions, but they're more than welcome.
Thank you, Representative Tigliano. And I think it's, before I turn it over to Senator Grillo, I think that's an important conversation for me to have. A lot of the regulations that were put into place, personally, I didn't write, right? Like it's the years of compilation that you put a lot of time and effort and energy into. My Senate co-chairs put a lot of time and effort and energy into. Coming new to this committee, cannabis and hemp legislation generally has been the thing I've struggled with the most, trying to understand and get on top of. And I've greatly enjoyed it. But I'm still working through a number of the legislative suggestions and challenges and changes that advocates bring to me. So I appreciate the willingness of this committee to recognize that I'm only 2 months in and I might not have all the answers yet, but I am getting there. I'm a quick learn and I'll get them before we put anything on the House floor. And I appreciate that you understand that's my commitment to you, my commitment to anyone as we work through this. Senator Ciccarella.
Thank you. And I just have a couple of questions. In section 2, it talks about the wholesalers, and it's stating that the wholesalers can engage in just selling infused beverages and not liquor. Is it a different type of license?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member. No, what we're anticipating is that once you've gone through all your background checks, you've done everything necessary to receive an alcoholic liquor wholesaler permit, you can then choose to only wholesale infused beverages without having to have a wholesale alcoholic liquor product as well. Right now, and we're working through this with DCP and with some of the wholesalers themselves who are a little bit concerned about how this would play out. Right now, we think it's limiting for a potential business who wants to specialize in this one specific area of wholesaling THC infused beverages. They have to find an alcoholic liquor to also distribute. We don't think that was necessarily the intent of the law. And so this would clarify that, as if you go through the process, you receive your liquor wholesaler permittee process, that you can specialize sub that permit.
Thank you. I know that we had some individuals that have that specific type of business plan, and they were having a challenge obtaining that license because it's specifically for liquor. And they were, coming up with possible suggestions that could solve that problem, and it'd be individual license. So I'm sure we'll continue to work on that. On that same section, this in no way affects our liquor laws and our distribution laws and that 3-tier system that's so fragile. In no way, shape, or form this affects that at all.
Thank you. Yes, I'll be very clear. This in no way impacts the current 3-tier structure. It's not intended to and has no ability to. And so we actually think this is like, it reinforces the idea of the 3-tier system by not creating a brand new wholesale permittee process. We just essentially we clarify what you can do with that.
Thank you for clarifying that. Also, we were talking about the investigation that DCP would normally do in the event of any type of a theft. I know they'd probably do the same thing with our pharmacies, any other controlled substance. And we are allowing the businesses to kind of police their own under a threshold of $500 of theft. Is there any guidelines of what needs to happen when they are conducting that investigation? Do they need to follow the same structure DCP would do, or do they just determine their own plan of action and enforce whatever their employee handbook says, or how would that be addressed through you?
They would still have to comply with all local, state, and federal regulations with respect to theft in this regard, but allows them to complete their investigation internally before moving it forward.
Got it. And I'm bouncing around from section to section, but we were talking about the hemp industry and because of laws, maybe not intended to affect their business, but things that we were trying to solve maybe created some unintended consequences. And we're trying to help the hemp business get back on their feet. And in this bill, the way it's written, it's going to allow the hemp farmers to basically get in the marijuana business. They'll be able to grow marijuana, helping out some of the businesses with their supply. Is that going to have a negative impact at all on the hemp industry? I'm assuming it's probably more profitable to be selling higher THC products than the hemp. So is there going to be unintended consequence there through you?
Thank you. It's not, it's hard to see that being the net result of this. And I'll reiterate again, like I think this section demands a little bit more effort on my part to understand the overall implications of the language. But it would, in my mind, more likely lead to an additional business opportunity for our current hemp farmers who do not feel the current regulations have respected their grow rights in the past.
Got it. Thank you. Some of the education I got through the process of the public hearings and having conversations with these individuals offline, when they're growing the hemp, there's many things that could be extracted from that plant. And it does seem like some of the manufacturers that put together maybe the gummies or edibles, they need some of that product from the plant. They described it as a filler, or they have certain effects on individuals. It could be for sleep, it could be for gut health, or many other things. And I'm just curious if everybody gets into the marijuana business, we might have an issue with those additives or fillers or other things that we were trying to help them to be able to produce and possess and sell. And I'm just wondering what effects that would have on the industry, as my understanding is they can't have a hemp license and a marijuana license in the same building, I think, as Rep. Rutigliano said. So we'll have to continue to look at that. Again, for the sake of time, as Representative Rutigliano also said, we have additional questions. I know that you are going to continue to work on this, so I'll hold my questions for now. But at this point, I'm going to be voting no to flag this. There's some areas that are still of great concern to myself and my caucus. So I just wanted to get that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, both chairs, and thank you for, the work on this bill, but I have concerns with it. But Section 11, with the cultivators, the landlord's paying 4% to the cultivators, is there going to be legal contract for that? Is that taken out? Because I see that highlighted here. Oh, okay. I don't have it in front of me.
Came out yesterday.
Oh, so you struck that out.
Yeah, you're very concerned. I was very proactively aware of, and I've addressed it even before you asked the question. Like I was on top of it. I knew what you needed. I knew what you needed to vote yes today, David.
No. There's too many. No, that's a good removal, because that would be quite a big problem for, I guess. And then how about the fund for the general fund? Is that the lapsing fund? Is that Section 12? Is that taken out also?
That's taken out as well.
I said
Look at that. Look at that.
You said you're doing good work.
Yeah.
I'm going through the bill and I see I LCO from Friday and today. So that's why I wanted to check. All right. Thank you.
It's an evolving process. Are there any other questions on the bill?
I do have one more.
Senator Chigarella.
As we're talking about things that were out, I want to make sure it wasn't in any other section. I know Pete just got some of this language. The businesses that are selling cigarettes, cigars, that part was also taken out, and nowhere else in this will it affect how they conduct business?
Well, I want to eliminate the provision limiting the time of cigarette or taxed tobacco product sales. So that, yes, the hours for those businesses have been removed.
Got it. Okay. Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
A motion has been made to JFS to the floor, LCO 6831, House Bill 7178, an act concerning cannabis, hemp, and tobacco regulation. Senator Maroney. Yes. Representative Lamar. Senator from Farah. Representative Turco.
Yes.
Senator Chicarella. Representative Rutigliano. Representative Ackert.
No.
Representative Ali Brennan. Representative Aniskovic. Representative Candelaria.
Candelaria votes yes.
Senator Gadkar Wilcox.
Senator Gattcar Wilcox votes yes.
Thank you. Let's see. Representative Gibson.
Representative Gibson votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Jensen. Senator Kissel. Senator Lopes. Representative Luxembourg. Representative Martinez. Representative Osborne.
Yes.
Senator Austin.
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Paolillo.
Representative Paolillo votes yes.
Representative Santos. Representative Yakarino.
Carino's no.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, Representative Ackert, are you there?
Yes, Representative Ackert votes no.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 4 on today's agenda, HBO 7181. Motion is to JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Senator Maroney, seconded by Senator Austin. Discussion for purposes of preview on this one. This one we had a lot of testimony on as well. Would establish a statewide cannabis and hemp enforcement task force. Would deal with the illegal sales, shipping, and transporting of illegal products that are ending up, as I mentioned before, in a lot of our smoke shops, vape shops, and corner stores. This really is a way for us to get on top of all of the horrible, dangerous, bad products we're finding on high school grounds, we're finding in playgrounds, we're finding being sold constantly throughout our state that gets around the regulated marketplace that we've worked so hard to establish. Increases some penalties for any establishment that are selling cannabis to someone underage. And I really believe that this will provide our local authorities greater ability to go after some of the legal operators that we find in our communities. And with that, are there any questions on the bill before us? Seeing none, Representative Ritigliano,
Mr. Chair, we'd like to offer this for the consent calendar.
is there a second on moving this item to the consent calendar?
Second.
Item been made and seconded. Is there any objection to moving this item to the consent calendar? Seeing none, HB 7181, JF to the floor, is moved to the consent. Agenda. Moving on to item number 5, SB 1235, LCO 6758. Motion is to JFS to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Senator Maroney. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Representative Ritigliano. Senator Maroney, for purpose of discussion.
Thank you very much, Chairman Lamar. I just want to briefly summarize what's in this bill. This is the DCP Lottery and Gaming Regulation Bill. It prohibits ticket courier services in the state of Connecticut, creates a new appeal process for vendors and sellers, and also prohibits unauthorized gaming by lottery vendors, clarifies that you can bet on Connecticut college teams in tournaments that contain more than 4 teams if the bet is on the overall outcome of the tournament, authorizes the governor to negotiate the multi-state compact, has some advertising limitations on websites, sets the limit on the rake for poker games not to exceed 10%, and prohibits simulated sweepstakes that simulate real or online casino games. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Representative Ritigliano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, just in section 4, it removes Connecticut intercollegiate sporting event exception from the definition of sporting event. Is that the one where it lets you bet on the tournament, or are we doing something?
Yeah. Oh, Mr. Chair, thank you. Yes, Representative Vitigliano. It adds it. When I was reading through the bill, it was confusing because in section 4, it looked like it deleted that, but then in section 6, it clarifies and adds it back in. So yes, it just says that you can vote on a tournament that has 4 or more teams on the outcome of that tournament alone, but not on the individual games. For like, you couldn't have voted, for instance, yesterday, you couldn't have voted on UConn versus
You couldn't have-
Florida,
You couldn't have bet on
but you
the
could bet
actual
on
game?
the tournament outcome,
So you could fill
like a bracket.
You could fill out a bracket, but you can't bet on a UConn specific game even in that tournament.
Correct. That's my reading.
And when we were talking about transporters, does the bill where we allowed the lottery to receive their tickets in a different manner? Do they still have to use a private courier service, or are they allowed to use like UPS or FedEx or whatever?
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's an excellent question. That is in the next bill, the lotteries gaming bill. This bill is the courier service where you would hire someone to go take your buy your scratch off ticket for you, scratch it off, and show it to you by video. And so those are going to be prohibited. That type of a courier service.
Good enough for me, sir.
But so in the tournament, if you pick UConn, could you pick them to win? I'm not, in the future.
Thank you.
Would that be like,
Yes, at the beginning of the tournament, you could pick UConn to win the tournament. You could not bet on any individual game in the tournament, but you could bet on the ultimate outcome.
fight along outcome? Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Representative Tigliano,
Mr. Chair, I'd like to offer this bill for the consent calendar.
is there a second to placing this item on consent? Second by Senator Maroney. Is there objection to placing this on consent? Seeing none, this item, SB 1235, JFS to the floor, LCO 6758, is placed on consent. Moving on to item number 6 on today's agenda, SB 1237. The motion would be JFS to the floor of LCO 6716. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Senator Maroney. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Turco. Is there discussion? Senator Maroney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So just to briefly summarize this bill, allows the president of the lottery to negotiate with sales agents who are late in making their payments to the lottery. So it gives them some discretion to waive the interest penalties. Section 2 is where it says a person providing ticket distribution services need not get a vendor license. So Representative Tigliano, this is the section that would allow for the use of FedEx or other couriers for delivering the ticket. Section 3 and 4 are about creating a new license type, the class 3 and 4 licenses for sales, and they don't need to get the key employee license in section 5. Exemption section 7, there are exemptions for lottery and keynote to be able to say that there are ways of improving your odds. So they have some games where you can pay a little extra to have a better chance of winning or to improve your return. And then section 8 extends the redemption period from 6 months to 365 days, but pushes it out until 2026. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
I did, but I think we're gonna work it out. That part's good. The dispensaries where I had some of but I'm good.
Okay.
Good on this one.
Consent or no?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to offer this bill for the consent calendar.
Is there a second for moving this item to the consent calendar? Seconded by Representative Osborne. Is there any objection to moving this item to the consent calendar? Seeing no objection, this item is moved to consent. Moving on to item number 7, SB 1355. The motion would be a JFS to the floor of LCO 6232. Do I hear a motion? Moved by Senator Maroney. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Austin. For purposes of discussion, Senator Maroney.
Thank you very much. This is the committee pharmacy bill, section 1, asked DCP to create a plan for creating a reserve of drugs such as mifepristone. Section 2 removes the name and addresses of pharmaceutical reps from the DCP website. There was some concern, and again, we didn't see the need to have all of the sales reps' names and addresses posted on the website. Section 3 allows vet techs to fill prescriptions. We had done that with pharmacy techs where they're allowed to fill prescriptions under the guidance of a pharmacist, so this would be under the guidance of the veterinarian. Sections 4 through 12 require an attestation when you're renewing a registration that you are not selling drugs with actual knowledge that they're going to be used in an execution. And then sections 13 to 15, and thank you to Senator Austin for bringing this issue to us. It's a fix for some of the allowing for Narcan and secure boxes. It deletes the temperature and alarm controls. And so what had happened is in some places they were removing the boxes because they didn't have the temperature and the alarm controls. As with all of the bills, I think the blanket statement that this is a work in progress. We do understand there is a lot of work that still needs to be done on this bill, and look forward to working with the members of the committee.
Thank you, Senator Maroney. Is there any discussion on this bill? Representative Ritigliano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The underlying issue of the bill, we really don't have an issue with. We thought the Narcan non-refrigeration was a pretty good part. The vet was a pretty good part. So without getting into a discussion about the death penalty, because not everybody supports it, we could all have an argument about it. Really, we believe the discussion in this bill should be whether or not a legal product is being manufactured legally in the state of Connecticut by a company located in Connecticut. So there's a company apparently, because if you read the bill, that manufactures a drug that may or may not, I don't know if may not's accurate, but may be used in certain jurisdictions to administer the death penalty. We don't have that here in Connecticut. There is no death penalty here in Connecticut, but we have this company who presumably pays taxes and employs people that manufacture something. And now we're saying that, yes, you can, or maybe you can't manufacture this anymore. But if you do manufacture it, you can't use it for this, even though we don't use it for that in Connecticut. So without getting into a long discussion, it's really, and I'm not saying that this is a death penalty discussion. This is a simple manufacturing discussion. We're in a bill we just passed previously. We're going to allow THC people to manufacture a drink that you can't even sell in Connecticut, but you could use it somewhere else because we want them to keep working, manufacturing, hiring people. So I'm not saying we're for the death penalty. I'm just saying we're for this company being able to operate and make, as long as it's legal in the world or in the United States, they should be able to operate under those terms. So some of us are going to vote no, but really it's really for the purpose of commerce more than it is a discussion about a judicial sentence. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Representative Ritigliano. Is there any other questions? Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Lamar. I'd like to associate myself with the remarks made by Ranking Member Ritigliano. One of the things that, first of all, the biggest export of the United States internationally is airplanes. And Connecticut itself as a state is noted as being a huge defense state. I mean, nuclear submarines, aircraft, helicopters, you name it. And you know, people might have moral objections to a lot of our international actions, our military actions. Our defense systems are sold to other countries that people are protesting on college campuses. And, you know, if they got the ear of a majority of people in this building when we go about beginning to ban things that are lawful, but they don't like the purpose to which they're being used. And essentially, that's how I view this. I mean, it's not the item itself that is objectionable, in my opinion. It's the utilization of it in another state to an end that people object to. So I think it's A, a slippery slope. B, I think there might be some interstate commerce rule, constitutional issues. But C, you know, along the lines of what Representative Ritigliano said, this is a lawful company paying taxes, employing people. And I think if you have an objection to this issue, you have to go to the states that still have the death penalty. But I don't think that you should undermine a law-abiding employer here in the state of Connecticut. And I think that if we start along this path, where does it ultimately end? So for that reason, you know, otherwise a genuinely good bill, but I'm going to have to vote no to flag this particular issue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kissel. Is there any other? Representative Osborne to be followed by Representative Yacarino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is more in the nature of a question, and I'm wondering to the extent that we have been discussing the particular provision about the drug used in the death penalty elsewhere. Is there any other use for that particular drug? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Yes, there are other uses, and so that's why they would still be manufacturing it and selling it for the other uses. They would just have to sign an attestation when they did their annual refiling it, they weren't knowingly selling it to someone for the specific purpose of being used to put forth for executing in regards to a criminal sentence, execution in regards to a criminal sentence.
And through you, Mr. Chair, then, to follow up on the good senator's line of reasoning, would it be possible then for us to pass legislation that, for instance, we would require Boeing to sign an attestation that they knew that their airplanes weren't being used to further a foreign policy or a local domestic policy with which we, the legislature, did not agree, through you, Mr. Chair?
Yes, thank you for that question. We can pass any legislation here, whether or not it's advisable to do so and how it would be enforced is a different question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Yakarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I went online, my remarks with Ranking Member Rutigliano and Senator Kissel. I think it's a violation of the potentially Commerce Clause, where I think most of the bill's really, really well written. I think this could be a problem legally. So I'm no for that reason. Thank you.
Understood. And I think there's yes, I will acknowledge what you're saying. I think there's some really tight provisions of this bill that I think we all want to be supportive of. This one section is a little bit more controversial. We'll talk to the advocates after it leaves committee here, and maybe we want to find a way to separate these issues to allow folks to vote yes on the things in here that they really care about, and no on something maybe they wish they could vote no on. But with that, are there any discussion on the bill before us? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
A motion has been made to JFS to the floor, SB 1355, LCO 6232, and act concerning prescription drugs. Senator Baroni. Representative Lamar. Senator Fanfara. Representative Turco.
Yes.
Senator Ciccarella. Representative Rutigliano. Representative Ackert. We lost you a bit there, Representative Ackert. One more time, please.
Representative Ackert votes no.
Madam
That was
Clerk, I
clear-
heard
that
it
was
say
clear.
no.
Okay, you heard a no. Okay. All right. Thank you. Representative Ali Brennan. Representative Yanukovych. Representative Candelaria.
Candelaria votes yes.
Senator Gedkar Wilcox.
Senator Gadkar Wilcox votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Gibson. Representative Jensen. Senator Kissel. Senator Lopes. Representative Luxembourg. Representative Martinez. Representative Osborne.
Representative Osborne passes for the moment.
Okay. Senator Austin.
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Paolillo.
Representative Paolillo votes yes.
Representative Santos. Representative Yakarino.
Representative Yakarino said no.
Let me see if there's anyone online that we did get. Representative Gibson, we'll come back to you just in case you're there.
This is Representative Gibson.
Hi, how do you vote, Representative Gibson?
Representative Gibson votes yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, and Representative Osborne.
I am at this time voting no to flag it for one particular provision, but I'm very supportive of the naloxone provisions of it, and I hope that there will be further discussion on this bill going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 8, SB 1357. The motion would be JFS to the floor of LCO number 6564. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Senator Maroney. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Rutigliano. Is there discussion? Senator Maroney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This bill highlights why the General Law Committee is essentially that drawer in your kitchen where you throw everything that you don't know where it goes. And so we're going to start. I'm just briefly going to go through it. It's a big bill. Sections 1 through 4 are in regards to licensed architectures, and that you have to be a licensed architect to use the term architect. It's uncertain how this applied to George Costanza and Vandelay Industries, if he would no longer have been able to claim he was an architect. There are some changes to the CE requirements for architects. Excuse me. There's some provisions on real estate licensing, allows stop work order and more investigative authority for DCP in Section 8. There are provisions in regards to community association managers, provisions in regards to manufactured home parks, adding requirements that they must maintain the septic system in good working order and provide temporary septic service in an emergency. Provisions they don't have to pay the rent if all the provisions of the section aren't being met, and that they aren't receiving all of the services that are required in our statute. There are provisions on enforcement administrative hearing, allowing the commissioner to immediately suspend a license pending a hearing if they have reasons to believe that public health and safety or welfare require emergency action, increasing the rate to bill for reinspection for bakeries. And then my favorite section, I'm going to skip down, my favorite section, Section 40, it increases the font size for a home solicitation sale agreement and adds a notice of cancellation to the agreement. So it's a tacit acknowledgement of the aging of the Connecticut population. We're saying, we see you, we know you don't see the agreement so well, and so we're going to increase the font size. After that, notifications of the DCP of manufacturer buyback lemon, they have to notify them electronically, and gives information about how a customer wants to be notified about auto renewals, creates a definition of clearly and conspicuously. And the last sections are about disclosure of fees for car dealers when someone is purchasing a car, so it requires disclosing all voluntary and mandatory fees. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any discussion? Representative Tigliano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one question, or one section. I have questions. The rest of the bill I'm very comfortable with. Section 11, where it says we're increasing the amount somebody can be awarded from the guarantee fund from 25 to 50,000, I believe, right? 30 to 50, excuse me. So there was one line in there. It said, whenever the commissioner orders a payment made, so somebody makes a claim against a fund, they get paid out of the fund. In theory, the contractor's been paying into the fund this whole time. It's essentially an insurance policy. But now, after there's an award, the contractor who's on the wrong end of it, clearly they must have done something wrong, has to pay the amount back to the fund. Is it no longer insurance? I mean, if you've been paying into the fund for 10 years, right, and you've never had a problem, and then somebody gets an award for 20 grand out of the fund against you or whatever, shouldn't your insurance have paid for that claim? Because now all those fees you paid into the fund, the way I read it, and you could please tell me I'm wrong, because then it would be super easy. They have to actually pay back the 20,000 to the fund in my scenario. And just as a side note, regardless of the answer, I'm not going to slow the bill down. It was just a concern that I had in it, and I'm sure we could work on it after if I'm right, but I'm hoping I'm not.
Yeah, Representative Tigliano, I think we're both looking at the language now, so if we could stand at ease without your objections, we can try to get you a good answer.
Sorry.
Thank you, Representative, for your question. Come back to order, sorry. Thank you for your question. My understanding and reading of the language, it suggests that your insurance could pay first, the guarantee fund would pay the resulting debt that is owed, but then I think your underlying claim that you're essentially paying twice in some circumstances, or you're not getting the full benefit of what your original payment into the fund was, is well heard, and I think it will demand greater clarity from DCP conversation moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with that caveat, to work on that one provision, I would offer this bill for the consent calendar.
Item been offered for the consent agenda. Is there a second to putting this item on the consent calendar? Seconded by Senator Maroney. Is there objection to putting this item on consent? Seeing no objection, this item will be placed on the consent calendar. Moving on to item number 9, SB 1466, JF to the floor. Do I hear a motion? Moved by Representative Osborne. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Maroney. For purposes of discussion, Senator Maroney.
Thank you very much. This is a task force bill, or what we may refer to as a placeholder. Thank you.
Is there any discussion on the placeholder bill? Representative Ritigliano.
Mr. Chairman, we'd like to offer this bill for the consent calendar.
Is there a second to placing item number 9, SB 1466 on the consent? Second by Senator Maroney. Is there objection to placing this item on consent? Seeing none, item number 9, SB 1466 has been moved to the consent agenda. Moving on to item number 10, SB 970. The motion would be a JF to the floor. Do I hear the motion? Moved by Senator Maroney. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Turco. For purposes of discussion, I'm going to turn this over to Senator Maroney.
Thank you, Chairman Lamar. This bill came to us from Senator Austin. I think over the last couple of years in our efforts for enforcement, there was some concern by the hemp industry that we had gone too far and prevented them from selling some of their products that were considered that federally legal. And we heard testimony last week from a gentleman who lost his family's farm, 5th generation, after not being able to sell the products. But also in his testimony, he did say that he felt we may have gone too far in this bill. So I would just say that, as with many of the bills here, this is a work in progress, and you have my commitment. It undoes some of the definitional changes we had made in the past, puts in some new testing requirements. I think we are looking at testing overall. So this is something that we plan on working through over the next month or two before it comes to the floor.
Any questions? Senator Ciccarella.
Thank you. I have a few questions, and I have some concerns. Before I get into the questions, I completely understand what we're trying to do. I believe that we may have went too far, inadvertently hurting industry while trying to stop, the stuff we see in the bodegas and hearing these children getting this stuff, bringing it to school. People are getting brought to the hospital. And I do believe we had a piece of legislation today that is a great step in the right direction. That's going to give some enforcement to the local agencies in conjunction with help from a task force to address that. And I do believe that we need to fix some of the things that we've done to hurt this industry. It was terrible to hear that story about the individual, wanted to give the farm to his son, would have been a 7th generation farm. And, we messed it up. And I talk about unintended consequences of legislation all the time, and that is an example of it. But when we attempt to fix our mistakes, sometimes we kind of swing it a little bit too far in the opposite direction. I think that's what this legislation does. And I think it's going to, be a ping pong back and forth until we get it right. But there are some serious concerns in this piece of legislation. In Section 3, we talk about high THC hemp. So I guess my first question is, can you please tell me what high THC hemp is?
Senator Maroney, you want me to take this, or you got it?
Do you mind getting?
Yeah, I think we're all pulling up definitions as we move forward. There's the moderate and high distinctions for THC purposes. I'm pulling up the exact language here that defines what high is. It is. Psychological effect. Okay. Senator Chigarella, high THC hemp product is a product that contains total THC of more than 1 milligram per serving with up to 5 milligrams per container, or 0.3% on a dry weight basis for cannabis flower or cannabis trim, and is not an infused beverage.
Thank you for the definition. I guess my understanding of that is basically it's marijuana. You know, we put the cap on there and the federal government put the cap on there for a reason. And in my opinion, I think in a step to try to help these hemp farmers, we're now basically allowing them to manufacture a high THC hemp product, which in a simple definition, and I know that you gave me the definition of what high THC hemp is, but in a simplistic answer, it's just marijuana. And I know that we've had a lot of conversations on this, and we have some S language that we were trying to get this fixed. But that's a huge concern of mine. You know, I can't even begin to explain how frustrating it is that it keeps going back and forth. And I understand, again, we want to help the individuals, but I think this is just a little bit too far. In the public hearing, the testimony back and forth, you know, they pretty much just said it is marijuana. And I talked to a lot of the hemp individuals that talked about all the other products that come out of the hemp plant, and it could be used for multiple different things, and, you know, for natural medicine, et cetera. But, you know, I would wonder how the individuals that spent a great deal of money and time getting into the marijuana business, and now we're going to have individuals creating high THC hemp, which is just marijuana. And that's a big concern of mine. I really hope we continue to work on this and address the concerns from all the parties involved. And in my concern, and some of the individuals on my side of the aisle, the concerns with the piece of legislation before us. So for that reason and a couple others, I'm going to be voting no, and I urge my colleagues to do that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Chigarella. Clarification, Senator Maroney?
I understand your concerns, Senator Chigarella, and it took me a little bit to get to the line numbers in the bill, but in lines 414 to 421, where they talk about the high THC hemp, they do say it may be sold outside of the state, so it's not allowing the additional sales inside of the state, and it also does reference the federal, if they are legal by the Federal Agricultural Improvement Act of 2018. But, you know, with that being said, I understand your concerns, and we'll continue to work together on this.
Thank you. Just one follow-up question. So then that means they cannot sell it to the dispensaries?
I believe that this is similar to the safe harbor that we're creating for the CBD and for the infused beverages, where if they're not legal in the state, but they are federally legal, you can still make them to sell them out of state. It's a similar concept that we're looking to do with the high THC hemp products, right? If it's not legal in the state, but it's legal out of state, to allow, and again, I acknowledge the intellectual inconsistencies with another bill that was brought up, but we're just looking to allow them to do what's federally legal and sell it other places, even though it's not legal here.
Understood. And again, just my concern is that, from my understanding of the farm bill that passed in 18, it defines what the hemp is, and there is a certain amount of THC that is okay. And this is over that. So they're going to manufacture it. I just don't know where they would be able to sell it unless it's maybe other states that legalize marijuana and they could sell it to their dispensaries. But I'm just confused on why we would do that. Again, it's not legal federally. It's clearly over the federal limit. And we're not going to be able to allow them to sell it to the dispensaries here. So I'm just curious of why we would do that when there's really no outlet for the individuals to make the product and then not be able to sell it. But thank you for answering my question.
Thank you, Senator Chicarella. Senator Austin, followed by Representative Vitigliano.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, and I appreciate people's concern. The fact is that we have so put the hemp industry in complete distress that we have knocked down our potential hemp farmers from only 42 to only 9 now because we've made it so difficult. And many of our regulations have been completely against the approval process that the federal government had, taking hemp out of the controlled substances market. I'm willing to work with anybody on this. I'm not willing to kill a brand new industry that is attempting to survive. And so that's my only concern here is that we have to do something that allows under the federal law the hemp industry to exist. And so this is something that I worked on the original hemp bill that we had in state law, and we have since that time frame only minimized their ability to exist. And so I think that that's something that we have to recognize. And I've actually begged for something on this bill for the last 3 or so years because the industry was completely falling apart. I do understand that people have concerns, and I'm more than willing to work on any of these bills, and flagging something with a no is understandable. However, I would ask my colleagues to support this, to support an industry that is a burgeoning new industry as we figure this out. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Representative Vitigliano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'll be brief. I don't support the bill. I think this bill, in its current form, attempts to undo a lot of the regulations and a lot of the protections that we've put in for THC products over the past few years. Although I am sympathetic to a hemp farmer, they wouldn't need any special a bill if they were. The hemp industry isn't new. I believe we passed the bill in 2012 to allow, and it was supposed to be paper, concrete. It was supposed to be all this stuff that wasn't. They weren't supposed to be making medical claims. They weren't supposed to be producing stuff that with some sort of processes turns into hemp-derived THC that winds up in our gas stations and our convenience stores so that kids could get it with all the weird labels on it. So although I may be sympathetic to a farmer, if they were producing what they originally said they wanted to produce when we allowed for hemp farming in 2012 or 13 or 14, whenever that was, then we wouldn't be here. I don't know any other industry that could produce something, not technically know what's in it, or send it out of state so that it gets processed in a way that it comes back as an intoxicant. And then I get to make a medical claim that it actually does something with no proof whatsoever or approval by the FDA. So I know I'm probably starting a bigger fight than I wanted to when I grabbed the microphone. I just wanted to let you know that it's not as simple as we may think. There's more to it, and that's why we're all going to vote no. Thank you, sir.
Not all of us.
All of us over
Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question. Section 2, why would we remove the accreditation requirement by independent testing laboratories? That is removed, the testing requirement.
Senator Maroney?
Thank you for the question. We do create additional testing requirements where they have to be licensed by a department. You know, the other choice would be someone licensed by the Department of Agriculture. Hemp is, as with many things in our committee, there are multiple cognizances where the hemp itself, hemp farming is agriculture, whereas selling it for products is DCP. And so that is also a work in progress in determining what is the appropriate testing. And I think that initially we all agreed that we didn't want these synthetic products in gas stations and convenience stores. The expedient way to get them out was to do what we had done and just to pretty much straight ban that, which inadvertently has significantly hurt the hemp industry. So now we're trying to go back and say for what is legitimate hemp products, how can we test that? And that's where it's going to take a little bit of time to get it exactly right.
And I appreciate that. And that will be, go through DCP, or Department of Public Health. And then is that where the synthetic in section 1 comes, the synthetic transformation from the hemp to the marijuana? I don't know how it really works, but that is in the first section. I believe it's, I don't know what line, but I always get concerned when something synthetically engineered, just to me, doesn't sound good.
Thank you. Yeah, the intent is to only allow for naturally manufactured hemp cannabinoids and to not allow for the synthetics. But again, it's trying to figure out how we can test for that, who is approved to test for that and authorized, and how we can make sure that happens.
But one last question, Mr. Chair. So next town over, North Branford had a few hemp farms back when we passed the law 10 years ago, 12 years ago. They disbanded those because they were farmers, but they grew hemp, and people were breaking into the farm, stealing their hemp, thinking it's marijuana. And I think that's probably one of the reasons hemp farmers have had some trouble. People stealing their product, their plants. So I'm a no on this. I think there's a lot of problems with the bill. Well intended, but a lot of problems. Thank you.
Representative Osborne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I really identify with and align with comments from both sides of the aisle on this bill. I was very concerned last session about the synthetic high THC products that were showing up in our convenience stores, in our dogs, things like that. And I strongly supported our efforts to reduce the availability of those products in places where they never should have been to begin with. At the same time, I also support our hemp farmers, and I strongly support small businesses and the growth of businesses in our state. And because I think this is an issue, both of these issues are really important. And because we haven't gotten it quite right yet, this bill may or may not be the final product. And from what I'm hearing, everybody's willing to work on it. I think this is an issue we need to continue to work on. And this is a vehicle for us to do that. So for that reason, I will be supporting this bill at this time. And I welcome the opportunity to work on this issue, because it is critical that we keep these products out of the hands of our children, and at the same time do everything we can to support growing industry and growing businesses in the state of Connecticut. Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. So I'll be a yes on this today.
Thank you, Representative Osborne. I think you kind of crystallized the issue for a number of us in this committee, and generally who've been working on this issue for a number of years, is how do you support the underlying farm operations and the product opportunities and choices that are available to farmers, without also recognizing that quite often some of this product is the very product that ends up in our smoke shops and vape shops and bodegas across the city of New Haven and generally across the state, that my constituents tell me is one of the biggest problems they're confronting on a daily basis, right? And so like that is the natural tension that exists right now. And I think we've got a series of very forthright, honest, legitimate hemp farmers in our state that we want to support and want to make sure we're giving them an opportunity to have their business grow and succeed. But we've got to have that awareness in mind as well. Are there any questions on the issue? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Okay, a motion has been made to JF to the floor, SB 970, an act concerning cannabinoids, hemp, and hemp products. Senator Maroney. Representative Lamar. Senator Fonfara. Representative Turco.
Yes.
Senator Ciccarella. Representative Vertigliano. Representative Ackert. Representative Ali Brennan. Representative Yanukovych. Representative Candelaria.
Candelaria votes yes.
Senator Gadkar Wilcox.
Senator Gadkar Wilcox is yes.
Representative Gibson.
Representative Gibson votes yes.
Satisfactory evaluation.
Representative Jensen.
Of an approved.
Senator Kissel. Senator Lopes. Representative Luxembourg. Representative Martinez. Representative Osborne.
Yes.
Senator Austin.
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Paolillo.
Representative Paolo votes yes.
Representative Santos, Representative Yakarino.
Representative Yakarino's no.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 11, SB 1236, JF to the floor. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Senator Maroney. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Lamar.
Sorry, second.
Seconded by Representative Resigliano. Discussion, turn it over to Senator Maroney.
Thank you very much. This is a bill that has been before the committee before, and what it does is to clarify the activities that solar installers can do under their exemption. I'll just point people in the bill to line 71 through 78, where it just makes it more clear what activities can be performed under this solar exemption.
Any discussion on the bill before us? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Okay, a motion has been made to JF to the floor, SB 1236, and act concerning solar licensing exemptions. Senator Maroney.
Yes.
Representative Lamar.
Yes.
Senator Fanfara. Representative Turco.
Yes.
Senator Ciccarella. Representative Retigliano. Representative Ackert. Representative Ali Brennan. Representative Aniskovic. Representative Candelaria.
Candelaria votes yes.
Senator Gadkar Wilcox.
Senator Gadkar Wilcox is yes.
Representative Gibson.
You, Mr. Chairman. So
Representative
you don't
Gibson
think
votes
that,
yes.
And I agree.
Representative Jensen. Senator Kissel. Senator Lopes. Representative Luxembourg. Representative Martinez. Representative Osborne.
Yes.
Senator Austin.
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Paolillo.
Representative Paolo votes yes.
Representative Santos. Representative Yakarino.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 12, HB 5572, JF to the floor. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Senator Maroney. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Ciccarella. For purposes of discussion, I will highlight the public testimony on this bill. The bill brought to us by Representative Zullo, who in his day-to-day life was confronted with a rising industry in Connecticut, real estate wholesaling, and recognized that there were different regulations. In fact, one would say virtually no regulation of these types of contracts that are being made for offer in the real estate market. They differ than a traditional real estate sales contract that you and I may be more conventionally aware of. There's a series of potential processes that Representative Zullo has suggested in this original bill. He has indicated a continuing willingness to work on this. I thought the conversations on both sides are pretty compelling. So I do think that this is a space where we need to have some regulatory construction, but probably not as far as Representative Zullo seeks to go in this language. With that, I've got a long working relationship with Representative Zullo. I've been able to work with him for years on a series of bills. He has my commitment that I will sit with him and work with him to get this to a better space. And with that, I'd encourage the committee's support. Is there any question, any issues? Senator Ciccarella.
Thank you. And I've also experienced concerns from constituents. And again, the public hearing process is extremely helpful to hear both sides of a situation and find a piece of balanced legislation to address it. And I think something does need to be done. I also spoke with Representative Zullo, and he is having conversations with both sides. And I look forward to continuing to work on this. And I urge my colleagues to support this moving forward so we could attempt to help individuals that may not be, how do I say, help individuals that may be taken advantage of by certain individuals. We saw the people in the profession of wholesaling that came here. Those guys are doing the right thing, and they're conducting good business. But we've heard and seen individuals that have been taken advantage of, and I do think this is a step to solve that problem. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's right. Like there is exploitative behavior in a place where there may not be regulatory construct. We need to ensure that folks are protected against that exploitative behavior. Representative Yacarino.
Question, I don't see it in the language, the wholesalers, will they be licensed like a realtor? I think I asked that question today at a public hearing.
That is the conversation that we're gonna have to have, like whether or not you need to have a more robust disclosure process that governs these contracts, or whether or not we think that these folks need to be registered and licensed in a completely separate way. That is a much more intensive process. DCP has highlighted like that's an exhaustive process that we might have to develop. It may not be something that we can do in the near term. Maybe we want to move more towards a disclosure-based process where we're like making people aware of these contracts, what they entail, how they differ from traditional real estate contracts moving forward. Look, I thought that was one of my favorite public hearings.
Yeah, it was good.
Because I thought it was like a real exposition into this issue. And again, I've been able to work on issues with Representative Zullo for years now, and I know he's putting real effort and forthright thought into this. So
Appreciate that. You would hope that you would hire a lawyer and, avoid a sticky situation, but unfortunately, some people don't.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you.
any other questions?
Mr. Chair.
Representative Vitigliano.
In recognition that there is certainly still more work to be done and the commitment of the committee to work on it, and I share your concerns over disclosure and whatever. That being said, we would like to offer this for the consent calendar.
Is there a second to moving this item to the consent calendar? Seconded by Senator Kissel. Is there any objection to moving this item to the consent calendar? Seeing none, item number 12 is moved to consent. Moving to item number 13, the last bill on our agenda today, HB 6062, JF to the floor. Do I hear a motion? Moved by Representative Vitigliano. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Kissel. For purposes of discussion, I'm going to turn this over to my good ranking member, Representative Vitigliano.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a phenomenal bill. It's a great proposal. And without getting into a long discussion, we're sort of making a statement. We're making a statement that we live in an unhealthy world. The bill's likelihood of success is low, but the point is made. The point is that we in New Zealand are the only two countries that allow direct-to-consumer advertising for drugs. And the more attention we bring to this issue, I think the healthier we may be. So I'm not going to go on too much because it's our last bill, and it would be so great if we could move this to the consent calendar, Mr. Chairman.
Hold on. Is there any is there any other discussion? Seeing no need for discussion, Representative Vitigliano.
I'd like to move this to the consent calendar.
Is there a second to move? Seconded by Senator Maroney. Is there any objection to moving this item to the consent calendar? Without objection, we've moved this item to the consent calendar. Madam Clerk, could you please call the consent calendar?
Okay. We've got a motion before us to approve a consent calendar containing the following items. Item 1, HB 6854, JFS to the floor, LCO 6357, an act concerning the Department of Consumer Protection's recommendations regarding alcoholic liquor and infused beverage regulation. Item 2, HB 6855, LCO 6756, JFS to the floor as amended. An act concerning the Department of Consumer Protection's recommendations regarding drug control and cannabis, hemp, and infused beverage regulation. Item 4, HB 7181, JF to the floor, an act concerning enforcement of the state's cannabis, hemp, and tobacco laws. Item 5, SB 1235, an act concerning the Department of Consumer Protection's recommendations regarding lottery and gaming regulation. JFS to the floor, LCO 6758. Item 6, SB 1237, JFS to the floor, LCO 6716, an act concerning the Connecticut Lottery Corporation and delinquency assessments, ticket distribution services, occupational licenses, and prohibited advertising practices. Item 8, SB 1357, JFS to the floor, LCO 6564, and act concerning the Department of Consumer Protection's recommendations regarding various statutes concerning consumer protection. Item 9, JF to the floor, SB 1466, an act establishing a task force to study issues relating to consumer protection and occupational licensing. Item 12, JF to the floor, HB 5572, an act concerning real estate wholesalers and real estate wholesale contracts. And item 13, JF to the floor, HB 6062, an act prohibiting direct-to-consumer prescription drug advertisements. Senator Maroney,
Yes.
Representative Lamar,
Yes.
Senator Fanfaro, Representative Turco,
Yes.
Senator Ciccarella, Representative Retigliano, Representative Ackert, Representative Ali Brennan, Representative Aniskovic, Representative Candelaria,
Candelaria votes yes.
Senator Gadkar Wilcox,
Senator Gadkar Wilcox votes yes.
Representative Gibson,
Representative Gibson votes yes.
Representative Jensen,
Yes.
Senator Kissel, Senator Lopes, Representative Luxembourg, Representative Martinez, Representative Osborne.
Yes.
Senator Austin, Representative Paolillo,
Representative Paolillo votes yes.
Representative Santos, Representative Yacarino.
Representative Yacarino votes yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And as that concludes bills that we will be considering this session for JF, I want to say a few thank yous. First, thank you to everyone on this committee. When Speaker Ritter and I started having conversations at the close of last session about me moving on from transportation, I did so with a little bit of trepidation. I felt like I knew literally everything that came before that committee. Even before the third word out of someone's mouth, I knew if it was a good idea or a bad idea. I was killing things before I even had real proper thought and consideration. I had reached a point where I think all legislators realized they should probably move on. Like I knew what the good ideas and bad ideas were right from the outset. And I came here and I had no idea what anybody was talking to me about for the better part of 3.5 months. Some would say that continues to this day. What I would suggest to you is that this has been the most exciting and fun I've had as a legislator, working on legislative committee in almost a decade. The expansiveness of this committee, the talent and intellect that every one of the members has here, the experience we have working on issues has been an incredible benefit to me personally. So that's just me personally. Thank you all for sharing the time and effort to get me up to speed so I can even sit in this position and make tough, difficult calls on policy issues before the committee. I really do greatly appreciate it. Senator Maroney, it's been great getting to work with you and know you in this capacity. We have different styles, but actually I think we share the same commitment to like the policy has to come first. And ultimately the challenges that this committee provides makes it for difficult choices that need to be made, but the policy has to come first. And that'll be our charge for the next 2.5 months to get us there. And I thank you for your time and effort and energy to get us to that point. Dave and Paul, I've known and worked with David in different ways over the last number of years. This has been a great opportunity for me to see that you and I are more closely aligned than I think anyone outside of this committee would probably ever think. I don't know, I get to admit that when I go back to New Haven tonight. But a number of issues before this committee, particularly, we share, I think, a close view of like what the right direction for our state should be. It's been great getting to work with you. I ask a lot of the House ranking member in every committee I've ever been on. All those folks love me, but they say I ask too much of them, which means we're going to spend the next 1.5 months working on all these things you think we need to work on. We're going to work on it pretty closely together. Senator Ciccarella, same with you. Almost no prior working relationship with you, and it's been great getting to know you and work with you. My wife loves the wine you made. That was a terrific way to getting good with us. But also it's been great getting to work with you. And I know our relationships get compromised and challenged and changed over the next few months. It gets a little bit harder and in some cases a little bit easier, but always changes. And I hope that you and I can continue the relationship we've started to build as well. This committee has been benefited a great deal by some extraordinary staff who've got long tenures here in this committee working on issues and some short. And I want to first and foremost thank one person in particular, and that's Betsy Francolino. Betsy came to this committee right at the beginning of session, right in the heat of the moment when we were meeting with a whole bunch of lobbyists, interested parties of issues that before this committee, and like organized us all, made sure we were up to date, took over from a clerk who was failing miserably. And like, and like, I don't even know what happened to him. What happened to him? But MJ, wherever you are, I only kind of mean it.
Mr. Chairman, he was so bad that he had to run for office.
He had to run for office to get out from the average day-to-day work responsibilities inherent in this job. But Betsy, thank you so much. This is a complicated committee when you're the one making the calls. To be the person who's got to listen to me, not know what call I'm making on a day-to-day basis, still come up with agendas and work through all of these issues has been tremendous. Getting us organized and on time has been great, but mostly just making sure we have a handle on all of the things that are coming before us, the people who want to continue to speak to us, the people who are disappointed, upset, excited by any of the issues on our agenda. When they can't get a hold of me or they can't get a hold of Senator Maroney, they go to you. It's a really difficult challenge and job. It takes a lot of patience, it takes a lot of commitment, a lot of organization, and a lot of intelligence that you've provided in spades to this committee. And so thank you so much, Betsy, for what you've been able to do. We've also got a series of assistant clerks who've helped her out this year. Thank you, Mike, for jumping in the last week or so and providing great assistance. It is greatly noted and appreciated. We are also served by Mike Flynn, Derek Arnold, and Jack Stein, who also served as assistant clerks. Like all committees, we are served by an incredible group of nonpartisan staff who, well, to be frank, we have a whole bunch of ideas up here. You guys have a whole bunch of ideas out there. If we're ever going to turn anything into legislative language, and if I'm going to have any ability to answer any of the questions that folks come up with on a bill by bill basis, it really comes down to the workhorses of this building that make everything work or not work. Our LCO attorney, Brian Valko, thank you so much for your work in getting me to this point. It can't be easy working with a House chair who literally needs the first bill explained to him and like up to the last one. Just getting all the past legislative intent behind us to getting to the point where we're having complex, comprehensive conversations about the way forward. Brian has been a valued member of my team that I can turn to when I have new ideas, new thoughts. I send him a quick email. Hey, this sounds like a good idea. What's this look like in legislation? Brian turns it around quickly and completely. And again, that's another relationship that's going to continue to evolve over the next few months as our jobs get a little bit harder. Duke and Chris in LLR, thank you for your advice and counsel on all the policies that are before this committee. There's a number of bills here that have broad, wide-ranging policy implications. A lot of the answers to these questions that folks will bring up will be things that I immediately turn over to the two of them to help research and find out for me, so I can provide better answer and have guidance about what other states have done with respect to some of the questions and challenges that you've recognized confront some of the language before us. And I just want to say, like, we're all served by different policy teams. Folks who work in our respective caucuses. I'll allow each of my chair and ranking members to outlay them. But I first want to say thank you to Kimmy Grove, who serves as the policy lead for general law and House Dems. A number of bills worked on in this committee. She does so with an individual member who feels passionately about the issue, make sure that what they have as an origin thought turns into actionable language before us. She works through some of the details, ensuring that it's consistent with what the overarching House policy is as well. And with that, there's a number of folks I know other folks want to thank. I'm going to turn it over to my Senate co-chair, Senator Maroney.
Thank you very much, Chairman Lamar. One point, one of my friends said to me, your family puts the fun in dysfunction. And I think it's a great honor working on this committee where we put the fun and the dysfunction of the legislature. I think we have a great working relationship. It's been great working with you over the years, Senator Ciccarella and Representative Vitigliano, and many of the members of this committee have been on it for years. It's been great welcoming you to the committee, Representative Lamar, and working with you. My one disappointment is I thought I'd get to be a little more informal, but you do still bring a good suit game, not quite to Representative D'Agostino's level, but above my own level. So I need to up my game there. Again, just to echo the thanks to the staff for all of their support. and having, we have a lot of bills. We've added more to our cognizance in this committee this year, and the amount of work and things we had to turn around in a short time. So I really appreciate Betsy. You've been a great addition to the committee. Thanks to Mike and Jack and Derek, especially, thanks to Brian Valco, who, as Representative Lamar mentioned, will just turn things around, respond to emails pretty much any day, any hour, and has such commitment to this committee, even through personal adversity this session. It's been very difficult, and I have tremendous respect and appreciation for everything that he's done. To our committee staff, Bridget Kostner, thank you for joining us this session. She's been a great addition to working with us, and also not forgetting our agency, working with CJ and Sarah and Maureen and everyone at DCP. We have a great working relationship there. So this isn't the end, it's just the beginning of the next stage. But I just wanted to express those thanks and know that we're all going to continue to work together for the remainder of the session.
Representative Ritigliano. Senator Ciccarella.
Why, thank you. I just want to echo the comments of our great chairman. It's been an honor to work with you guys. Always fun. Don't want to name everybody, but our staff was amazing. We're from the start of it with the speed dating, lining it up, getting all the information in front of us. It's a lot to digest. They did a phenomenal job. So I won't name everyone, but truly appreciated. I liked MJ. I thought MJ was great, by the way. So I just want to get that on the record. But we did have great additions. Betsy was great, and Mike is missed as one of the leaders of this, but couldn't find a better replacement. Couldn't find a better replacement. It's been great to work with Roland. And just wanted to just quickly recognize our staff. We get bills in language late at night. They're working constantly. Paul and Melanie do a phenomenal job of preparing us. And I just want to thank them for that. It's been great to work with everyone on the committee. Look forward to continuing to do it.
Thanks, Paul. So I'll just take a quick moment and because you've kind of said everything that needs to be said, but I would be remiss if I didn't say it's been really interesting and fun working with you on the committee. You definitely have a different approach. It's been different being an A committee. We've spent a lot more time. We have a lot more cognizance, and you picked up things quickly. It's been good. I've enjoyed this style so far, and I've enjoyed your the ability or your willingness to collaborate and discuss. I felt like I had a seat at the table at all times, which I appreciate. It doesn't always mean we agree, but at least we were able to communicate and talk, and for that I'm thankful. I'm thankful for the staff, especially Brian. I know we had some personal tragedies during this, but the work kept going, and he did a great job. So, all right, and of course you, Senator. I'm gonna just, because we've all talked too much anyway, because we're politicians. But Betsy, in all seriousness, I didn't realize how good a clerk could be until we got. It's amazing. This woman is so organized that I literally had to stop for a second and just to figure out her method, because it was so good that it took me a while. And I really appreciate that. She's added a lot to the committee, and it's been great. And I'm really happy to know you, Betsy, and keep up the good work. And a new addition for House Republicans was Paul Mandel. Paul Mandel's new to the office and new to the committee. And I got to tell you, he puts all the other lawyers upstairs to shame. And
he's from New Haven. I think
he's from New Haven, which really added to the committee. And him and Melanie from the Senate, and Paul did a great job. He fit right in. He has a perfect sensibility. I'm happy to have him. I'm happy to have him on his team. And I'm thankful to everybody at DC. I'm thankful to Senator Ciccarella and all the members. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to finish my remarks, but I wanted to know how much I appreciate you and Senator Maroney. I don't appreciate Al so much. He didn't bring anything from, he's new to the committee, not one snack, nothing from New Haven. He brought Lusabella's. We could have had a pizza day. We need to have a discussion.
We have referrals to come. Which is a reminder. There are a number of bills that have already been referred to this committee. We'll have to take them up at a later date. They haven't technically been received yet, so they don't necessarily die as of right now. But moving forward, we'll have to put those things on an agenda. moving forward is the perfect segue at this point in time. Our votes will remain open until 3:30 p.m., at which time this committee will be adjourned. And moving forward after today, Representative Turco and I will be kind of going through all of the bills on the House calendar, so we're only going through all the bills on the Senate calendar. We know that there's some work to be done. We've all indicated to that point in time. That'll be happening in a collaborative process. Feel free to reach out to us starting on Thursday. Until then, see you all on opening day. I'll see you all soon.
Oh, thank you.
Solar, I don't. Solar votes no.
On the solar vote to no.
You need anything from me?
Maybe double checking the language on the amendment there. 1236, you,
Solar, right?
solar, yes.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yep, no, I don't mind at all. Don't mind at all.
Let me see if this is working okay. Can you hear me okay online?
Yep, yep. Betsy, I just wanted to check. I'm not sure if I missed any votes.
Okay, let me check through here.
Thank you.
Let's see. We've got you on the consent calendar. We've got you on item 11. We've got you on 10. We've got you on 7. And we've got you on 3. And the rest was on consent.
Great.
So we're good. All right. Have a great
Thank you so
afternoon.
much. You too. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, Representative Gibson, let's see. Let's make sure we've got you for everything here. We've got you on item 3. Let's see. We've got you on item 7. We've got you on item 10. We've got you on item 11. And we have your vote on the consent calendar.
So I'm all set?
Yep, you're all set. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Thanks. Have a good
Have a good
afternoon.
day. You too.
Thank you. All right, let's see. Oh, hi. There you are. I took the votes on camera, Representative Johnson.
Public hearing Monday, March 24th, 12:30 p.m. Any comments?
Just a second.
I'm sorry, you're cutting out right now.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm upstairs. Can you see me?
I can't see you right now. Unfortunately, your camera's off.
All right, there we go. Am I on?
Ah, there you go. Okay.
All right, let me just do this quick then before my next meeting starts. All right.
All right,
Sounded
let's
like a big
see.
consent, so I'm yes on all them, all right?
On the consent, okay.
Yep.
Got you
And
there.
there are just a
Okay.
couple others. Yep.
Yep, okay, there was item 3, 7178, and act concerning cannabis, hemp, and tobacco regulation, JFS to the floor, LCO 6831.
Yes, I'm gonna vote yes on that one.
Okay. And
No.
item 7, SB 1355, and act concerning prescription drugs, JFS to the floor, LCO 6232.
No.
Okay, and SB 970, JF to the floor, and act concerning cannabinoids, hemp, and hemp products.
Yeah, no.
Okay, one more. 1236, JF to the floor, and act concerning solar licensing exemptions.
Oh, that's a yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Hello.
Hi, oh, there you are. Now I can see you as well.
Oh,
Good
great.
afternoon.
All right, I'm going to turn the volume up.
Okay. Think we got you on a couple of these, but some are missing here right now.
Yep.
Well, let's see. The first one will be the consent calendar with item
Yes.
1. Yeah,
That
2 is
Rep Backer
amended.
votes yes.
Okay, thank you. And okay, this was just a voice vote. I'm making some small changes to 6855. Let's see, 7178. An act concerning cannabis, hemp, and tobacco regulation, JFS to the floor, LCO 6831. Oh, we got
Rep-
you on there.
Yeah, that one I voted for. Yep.
You voted a no on that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Just when you said you voted for, I wanted to make sure.
Oh,
we
yeah.
heard it correctly. Yeah. Okay. Then item 7, JFS to the floor, SB 1355, an act concerning prescription drugs, LCO 6232. We have your vote on there as well.
Okay.
Yeah, we had you recorded on there too. Let's see, we were missing your vote on SB 970, JF to the floor, an act concerning cannabinoids, hemp, and hemp products.
I vote no.
Okay, and let's see, 1236, that was JF to the floor, an act concerning solar licensing exemptions.
And I vote no on that one.
Okay, that's everything. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thanks, you too.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Keep the news on, right?
No. I'm, let me get off, make sure I'm off this call here before I I can't tell.
Are you right?
Mm-mm. I think we get. Like, I just can't get out of it.
Hey, Betsy.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. I just sent like off topic for just a second. I sent you an email about 5111 after we finished taking votes.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so first thing we had was a consent calendar with items 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 12, and 13.
I'm sorry. One more time.
The consent calendar had item 1,
Mm-hmm.
item 2, as amended, there were some minor changes there.
Okay.
4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 12, and 13.
Okay. Yes, I'm a yes.
Okay. And, okay, that was just the voice vote on those changes to 6855. 7178, JFS to the floor, LCO 6831, and act concerning cannabis, hemp, and tobacco regulation.
I'm a yes.
Okay, thank you. SB 1355, JFS to the floor, LCO 6232, and act concerning prescription drugs.
Yes.
Okay, and this is item 10, JF to the floor, SB 970, and act concerning cannabinoids, hemp, and hemp products.
I'm a yes.
Okay. And then item 11, SB 1236, JF to the floor, and act concerning solar licensing exemptions.
Can you tell me the breakdown and who's voted on that? I guess so far, what the tally is?
I think you're supposed to call your chair about that one.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't think I'm supposed to do that, but
Okay. I'm a
yeah.
no.
Okay. All right. And that was everything there.
All right. Perfect. Thank you
Okay.
so much.
Thanks. Have a good
All right.
afternoon.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi,
Hello.
Betsy.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
Good. Let me check I know we got you on some of these and not the others necessarily there. Let's see. Oh, there was the consent calendar with item 1, item 2 is amended, 4, 5, and 6,
Yep.
8, 9, 12, and 13.
Perfect. Yes, for me.
Okay. Okay, this was just a voice vote on some minor changes to 6855. Let's see, 7178, JFS to the floor, LCO 6831, an act concerning cannabis, hemp, and tobacco regulation.
Yes, for me.
Okay. And JFS to the floor, LCO 6232, SB 1355, an act concerning prescription drugs.
Yes, please.
Okay. Next, JF to the floor, SB 970, an act concerning cannabinoids, hemp, and hemp products.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, and last one, JF to the floor, SB 1236, an act concerning solar licensing exemptions.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you
Alright.
very.
Thanks. That's all we got for you today. Have a good afternoon.
Was this our very final meeting?
Well, unless we get any referrals that we have to deal with, but yeah, today's the deadline.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello.
Oh, there you are. Hello. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. All right, let's see what we've got for you here. All right, first was the consent calendar. We've got items 1, 2 with some minor changes, 2 as amended, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 12, and 13.
Yes.
Okay.
Tall. Two was S language or amendment?
It was S language, and then there were some minor technical changes to the S language.
Okay.
Something found its way back into the S language that was not in the original version. So they got rid of the thing that made its way back into the.
What they were talking about on Friday, correct?
Yeah.
All right.
So then, 7178, JFS to the floor, LCO 6831, an act concerning cannabis, hemp, and tobacco regulation.
Yes.
Okay. Next was 7. It was SB 1355, JFS to the floor, LCO 6232, an act concerning prescription drugs.
Yes.
Okay. Item 10, JF to the floor, SB 970, an act concerning cannabinoids, hemp, and hemp products.
Yes.
Okay. And last one, JF to the floor, SB 1236, an act concerning solar licensing exemptions.
Yes.
Okay, that's all we got there. Thanks so
All
much.
right. Thank you.
Have
Bye-bye.
a good one. Bye-bye. Hey,
Hey.
good afternoon.
How are you?
Great. How you doing? Let's see. All right. First up, we've got the consent calendar with 1, 2 is amended, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 12, and 13.
Yes.
Okay. And okay, this was just a voice vote to amend 6855 with some minor language changes. Let's see, 7178 JFS to the floor, 6831 and act concerning cannabis, hemp, and tobacco regulation.
Yes.
Okay. JFS to the floor, 1355 and act concerning prescription drugs, LCO 6232.
Yes.
Okay. Then 970 JF to the floor and act concerning cannabinoids, hemp, and hemp products.
Yes.
And finally, 1236 JF to the floor and act concerning solar licensing exemptions.
Yes.
Okay, great. Got
Thank
'em
you.
all. All right, thanks so much.
All right. Yep. Bye-bye.